Or so the Germans would have you believe. We're back. All Lunar. We're playing Lunar again. Are you high right now? And will you share? Alright, so we left off last time because stream died. So let's jump right back in, shall we? The Myriad. But yes, of course. Yeah, what's the statue of Mel doing out here? Oh, that sounds like bullshit. It was a trap. If her magic's not working, that could mean that what that guy told us in the shrine is happening. Because Althena is the source of all magic, and something's happened to her, and thus magic is getting weaker. Okay, the statue of Mel just moved. Plaster Mel. Oh, critical. How you doing, Clem? Live on the dream. What, you mean rich and not working? That's my dream. Rich, not working, and just unburdened by general depression. Able to just live my life the way I want. That's my dream. What, Philly for a field trip? I know somebody who used to live in Philly. She's a bitch. Oh, Carl doesn't have any items on him. That's not good. Maybe it's a good thing we ended up saving where we did last time. Yeah, cheesesteak and that should be good. Excellent. Let me give Kyle some healing items. Because that would definitely be a good idea. And a third one. Hey, Amanda. No, we turned to stone. Oh wait, no, it wasn't Philly, but it was PA. Let's do this. Pump it up. I always hate one-on-one battles in RPGs like this. And I know I've spoken about it before, but every time it happens, it's just so boring. Like back and forth and back and forth and heal and back and forth and back and forth. Beastman of Wax. That's not stone. Eat shit, Royce. They play hag. Cal, are you flirting with her or are you trying to fight her? Like, it's really unclear right now. We need to find our way through the forest. The exit's right there. There, we found our way through the forest. Thanks, Nal. The good news is this definitely means we're going the right direction. What'd I do? I beat up fake stone statues of ancient heroes. And by ancient, I mean like 40. 40's ancient now. Hello. Yes. Going inside anyway. Ah, wonderful. That's alright. I'll come over there and I'll hurt you. Alright, let's figure out where we're going. Bob, Bob. Oh, there's a tower. Is this the tower we're after? I missed this earlier. Have a special knowledge for. Intelligence is the ultimate strength and wisdom is the ultimate power. Cool, but being punched in the face isn't going to be stopped by intelligence. I get the feeling this is going to be a puzzle dungeon. And it's like, am I in a mood for a puzzle dungeon? Did I get in the mood? I get in the mood quickly. Don't know what that did. Oh, hello. Use your intelligence to move the atoms to form a wall between your face and the punch. You can't do that with just intelligence. Intelligence will let you know how to, but you'll need something else. Stepping on these is doing something. Oh yeah, that's why we're doing this. You just gather up the atoms in one place. I think at that point you think you're talking like molecular transformation, which that's like an alchemy thing. Like to recompose the atoms in the air into like a solid form. So let's try and figure out what this place is about. Those are stairs. It's another empty chest. Sure am, Icy. How you doing, Icy? Good to see you. Answer the question. Creating... Shouldn't Jessica know this? Nash, if you could talk less, I'd appreciate it. This is why you're my favourite party member, Jess. Luthier and the Fortress of Doom. Oof. That's a name I've not heard in a long time. Of course I know him. He's me. Oh, God, Luffy is on the backlog. Absolutely. Bonk. 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 Spin. Spin. Oh, do these guys get 2 turns? I don't think it was released over here. Bonk. Yeah, but I think I know what I need to do. Magic, specifically. Fire.
Check this out.
Right, so it isn't specifically magic, but it isn't specifically fire, but it is magic. Yeah, I want to get to Lufia at some point. One of the Super Nintendo games I do want to do. Especially Lufia 2. I've heard very good things about Lufia 2.
By the power of Athena.
Grandia's another one that's just been on the list for a long time. That's actually a game I think I've only bought once. Yeah, I've never played Grandia, like, at all. And I think I have only bought it once. As a PS1 Classic on PS3. Because the Grandia I bought on PC was just Grandia 2. Yeah. Yeah, I have Grandia 2 HD on PC. Like, I got that years ago before they did the Grandia 1 HD remaster. But I never bought Grandia 1 on PC. I'm probably just going to play the PlayStation version that I own for it. For Grandia 2, I'm probably just going to play the Dreamcast version. I've heard it's the best version, even compared to the HD version. It's like, I own Grandia 2 physically on PS2. Do I own physically on PS2? I feel like I do. Let me check my collection. Yeah, there it is, Grandia 2. I own Grandia 2 physically on PS2 and digitally on PC. Never played it. When I do play, I'll probably just play the Dreamcast version.
Check this out.
The only thing Grandia HD has above all of us is one of the moves you don't have to grind magic to level 99.
By the power of Athena.
Don't. You have to grind magic to level 99 for something in the original version. Yeah, let's check real quick right now. Can I do it on my phone? Save me clicking out. I should be able to just look at the Steam store on my phone. No good reason why I shouldn't be able to. Steam sale is on. The Steam Spring sale is on right now, so what's Grandia priced at? Grandia HD is priced at $15.49. It's not even on sale. But it does look like it has widescreen. I'll just add it to the wish list. Yes. Add to the wish list. There we go. Time gate requires water and wind at level 99. Oh, it's by the same creator as Lunar. Yeah. Grandia tells the story of Justin, the protagonist, and his companions in a race against the evil Garlisle forces to uncover the long-lost secrets of an ancient civilization. Experienced the game that became an instant classic and is considered to be one of the most influential RPGs of our time. Originally created by Game Arts, developers of such classics as the Lunar series, not currently available on modern platforms. Grandia was met with wide critical acclaim and released on the Saturn in 97 and the PlayStation in 99. Grandia HD Remaster features enhanced UI, sprites and texture art details, original cinematic videos that have been visually enhanced, nice, customizable resolutions and widescreen support for PC only, Steam achievements for PC only, English and Japanese audio, language support in original English plus French and German Japanese will be added at a later date, gamepad and keyboard support with remappable controls, PC only. Yeah, I'll just add that to the wish list. Thanks, Isaac. Unless we play Grandia during this year. Which might happen, I don't know.
Check this out. By the power of Athena.
Excellent. There's only 2 RPGs I've streamed twice. Because I like them that much. That's not true, because I did actually start doing Digital Devil Saga a second time. Not enjoying it as much the second time, but I think that's because I'm just not super into New Game Plus. I find the New Game Plus playthrough to be way less engaging. But Final Fantasy VII and Skies of Arcadia. I'm currently in the middle of streaming Final Fantasy VII a third time with Clem. I like FF7 that much.
Check this out.
But yeah, it was always possible we'd get to the PS1 version of Grandia this year. Is everything just going to be immune to physical attacks? Yeah, Final Fantasy VII was the second game I streamed. Streamed the PS4 version of that.
By the power of Athena.
And then a couple of years ago I streamed a retranslation of Final Fantasy VII with Clem. And we're currently streaming the new threat mod, Final Fantasy VII, to mix it up a little more. But the basis is Final Fantasy VII, and we just love 7. And then there's also Skies of Arcadia, which I streamed early on in my streaming life. And then streamed a second time, and the second time was a 100% playthrough. And I am debating doing it a third time at some point,
Check this
and actually doing the Dreamcast version, which I did start but stopped very quickly because I felt like it was going to be really grindy. But I am debating doing the Dreamcast version at some point in the future. Skies of Arcadia is just that good. I am the nega Clim. Still one of my favourite dumb jokes. I do dumb jokes in various places, and being the nega Clim on Clim's Discord is pretty fun. Skies of Arcadia is great.
power.
Like, I genuinely love Skies of Arcadia. Easily one of my favourite RPGs. I looked into, like, whether or not I can have a custom profile picture on specific Discord servers. And you can, but only if you have Discord Nitro, and I was like, I don't want to pay for that for the sake of a joke. But otherwise, like, I was going to change my picture on Clim's server into Clim's profile picture, but negative. And that would have been funny. Yeah, Skies of Arcadia is great. Love Skies of Arcadia. That's a game that I'm just constantly really disappointed isn't available on modern platforms. So the only way to play it legally, like,
By the power
legally,
of Athena.
is to pay, like, through the nose for a physical copy on either Dreamcast or GameCube, and both of them go for a high price.
Check this out.
And it's like, if Sega would just do some kind of digital re-release, that'd be great. Not even for me. Like, whenever I talk about, like, really wanting companies to do re-releases or remasters of their old games, it's never really for me. Because I'm absolutely fine sitting down and playing these old games in their original format. It's like, oh, but this game's aged terribly. Cool. I'm used to playing games that have aged terribly. It's where I grew up and it's where I stay. And then there's the whole thing of, like, I will emulate. I will happily emulate games that companies will not sell to us anymore. And I'm fine with that.
By the power of Athena.
Excellent. And, like, emulation isn't something that's super accessible for everybody because of either the difficulty of figuring out how to do emulation, or not having access to the power required for something like Dreamcast or GameCube level emulation. But, like, I'm at the point now where I'm comfortable enough with emulation that I know how to do it, and I've got the power to do it, so it's not a big issue for me. So when I say I want these things re-released, it's not for me. It's for other people. People who can't do the emulation or don't want to. Because, at the end of the day, one of the main things that I have a genuine passion for is helping people play good games. I like to help people play good games. Bam. Hey, Squirrel. And so, like, if Skies of Arcadia gets a re-release or a remaster, then you're goddamn right I'll be telling everybody they should play it, because it's fantastic. One of my favourite RPGs for a good reason. And I've played quite a few RPGs. Did I buy enough of these? Mental fortitude. People who rely entirely on force shall ultimately be destroyed by force. But the person who controls force can avoid it altogether. What controls force? Didn't ask for your opinion, Nash. Yeah, let's give Kyle a chance. How you doing, Squall? Good to see you, buddy. Excellent. Glad to hear that, Flame. Welcome in, Flame. Well, never gonna rely on you again, Kyle. Fucking idiot. I feel that. Feel that. Let's lose ourselves in better days of old video games. Alright, so let's see the rest of it. I have been seeing that Alpha Protocol... I got an email directly off GOG actually saying that Alpha Protocol is on there. But I wasn't aware that it had fixes. I will have to look into that. Because you know I've been advocating Alpha Protocol for a while.
Check this out.
Mia, honey, if you could, like, be faster and cast your area of effect spell before the enemies move away from it, I'd appreciate that. That'd be really nice.
By the power of Athena.
Oh, now you can move fast. The ice magic costs more, Isa. And considering I'm in a place where physical attacks are useless, I need to be conserving MP. Especially because I don't have a lot of MP restoration items. And they don't restore that much MP. There you go, there's one. And they don't restore that much MP. It's actually a thing we've noticed with the Final Fantasy VII new threat mod, and I don't remember if it's true of vanilla FF7. But ice costs less than most other magics in that.
Check this out.
By the power of Athena.
Goodness. So physical and magical not doing anything there. Try the ice.
Special delivery.
Okay, so that did. Physical skills then?
Summon elemental power.
Awesome. Alright.
Success!
Yeah. Yeah, we got some good sound alerts. Some fun ones. Where is it? The main issue we have at the moment is I still don't know how to remove the cooldown from people using them.
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform.
Anyway. Yeah, there's some good ones.
The only thing I know for real, there will be blood!
And then to follow that up, somebody else has to type in. Yeah, well, it gives you an idea. It's set to a minute, I think. And I'm not sure how to actually change it. Because I've got it set to, like, no cooldown.
Time, monster! Your words are as empty as your soul.
Alright, so what's going on with this guy? Uh-huh. Remaster. Castlevania Requiem isn't a remaster, it's a port of the PSP versions. Castlevania Dracula X was a remake of Castlevania Rondo of Blood released for the PSP that had Symphony of the Night and the original version of Rondo of Blood as bonuses you could unlock. Castlevania Requiem is those two bonus versions without the PSP remake. Which is really irritating, and it's very clear they're just the emulated PSP versions. Particularly because if you check the control options in Symphony of the Night, you can see that you only have options for L and R. Because the PSP only had L and R. There's no L2 and R2. I don't like the redub they did. I don't like the retranslation either that they did of Symphony of the Night. I think the original's fine. But the redub I don't like particularly because everyone just sounds kind of bored and generic. Like, I think Yuri Lowenthal plays Alucard in that, and he sounds so bored. Let me double check. I want to make sure it's Yuri Lowenthal before I say anything about it. Alucard, not the animated series. Care about the animated series. Voice. Yeah, Yuri Lowenthal. In the PSP version, Castlevania Judgment, Castlevania Harmony of Despair, and in Smash Ultimate. Well, sounding serious isn't an issue. Robert Belgrade's Alucard sounds serious. It's a serious matter for him. I think it's a serious matter for Alucard. Just the Yuri Lowenthal voice sounds bored. I mean, it's probably not an issue with Yuri Lowenthal. Yuri Lowenthal's a great voice actor. It's most likely an issue with the voice direction. Alright, try healing him. Okay. It's the first time I've seen one of the character sprites get big. I mean, it's a very anime thing to do. How dare you? My mother was a very anime thing. Oh, sweet. I do like it when they increased physical and magical defense. Give that to Nal, because I don't care. Not today, bucko. Probably something down there that I want. Sonic Riser! Nice. I do like throwing knives when throwing knives are instant kill weapons. Ooh, a healing nut. Ugh. I'm sorry, how much? 60. Oof. What about that? What were we talking about? I restore so little MP. I hope we can just fight these guys normally. I can't be spending MP in every single battle like that. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, going back to Skies of Arcadia, like, I remember years ago, there were hints that Sega was going to be doing a Shenmue HD remaster and a Skies of Arcadia HD remaster. And neither of those ended up happening. Like, years later, Shenmue 1 and 2 HD happened, but I guarantee you that only happened because they would put in Shenmue 3 on Kickstarter. And Skies of Arcadia just never got an HD release. Is Alex stoned? I'm not sure what it means. It doesn't seem to have changed anything. Oh, the feet are stoned. They can't move. That's actually kind of interesting. Spirit Bandana. Who did we give this to? Anyway. Yeah, it's an interesting stats effect, actually, in a game like this. Bonk. It's still crazy to me that Shenmue 3 actually happened. and then completely wasted its opportunity. Oh. Oh, so it progresses as well. That's also interesting. Oh. So yeah, so like, for those who don't know, like, Shenmue, big deal back in the day. Main character is a guy called Ryo, returns home one day to find a man killing his father. Thus begins Ryo's quest to track down his father's murderer. And I think very quickly he finds out that the murderer has fled Japan and gone to China. And so the entirety of the first Shenmue is getting on a boat to China. Shenmue 2 begins with Ryo arriving in China and trying to discover the whereabouts of the guy who killed his father. Not going to spoil much more than that because you might actually be interested in playing it. And I'm not entirely aware of the details of Shenmue 3's story, but from what I'm aware, Shenmue 3, like, Shenmue was originally planned as a 6-part series. It's like, okay, bold. Okay. But nothing happened after Shenmue 2, probably because it cost so much to make at the time. Shenmue 3 happens, manages to get back through Kickstarter, is the most funded Kickstarter at that point. Like, it got more money than anything else. It broke the record set by Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Because, like, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night made more money than anything else. And then Shenmue came out, like, came onto Kickstarter not long after and broke that record. So, like, people want Shenmue 3, and there it is, it's happening. And my general thought is that Shenmue doesn't really belong in the modern day. But here's the chance for them to, like, grow and evolve and show that they've learned from the gameplay developments. It was an interesting experiment 25 years ago. But now stuff like quick-time events and the slow life simulation aspects of it have evolved and gone to bigger and better places and become more interesting to actually engage with. So let's see what Shenmue 3 does with it, and also assume that because they've gotten the surprise third game that nobody ever expected them to be able to have, they'll wrap up the story here. And Shenmue 3 comes out, and by all accounts, everything that I'm aware of with it, everything I've heard, says that it hasn't grown or evolved. It's Shenmue exactly as it was 25 years ago, for better or worse. And it also doesn't wrap the plot up, or even go anywhere, apparently. The craziest thing I've heard about Shenmue 3 is that apparently it's basically a filler episode. And it's like, what? You got this one in a million shot to continue the story you were telling. And like, okay, the gameplay aspect of it not evolving whatsoever, alright, fine. I can understand that to a degree. You've been funded by people who presumably love the original 2 Shenmue games, so you assume that they want more of that. Alright, fine, fair enough. But to then go and not do anything with the story is just amazing. It's like, imagine if Avatar: The Last Airbender was cancelled after its second season. And then, like, 10, 15, 20 years later, they managed to have the opportunity. You know what? It's not even Avatar: The Last Airbender. Imagine if Samurai Jack, when it finally came back, did nothing. Like, the whole final season of Samurai Jack comes around, and the entire point of it is to wrap up the series and finish it off. And that's what they do. Imagine if it came back and Jack just putzes around for 10 episodes and does nothing. And at the end of it, we're right back where we started, and it may as well not have happened. That's Shenmue 3. Samurai Jack was all about the journey, but every journey has to end. Like, that's the point. Jack's journey was always about finding a way to defeat Aku. And so if you brought the series back after 20 years, and it wasn't about Jack finally defeating Aku, then what was the point in ever bringing it back? And that's Shenmue 3. And that's crazy. It's like when the Clone Wars got brought back. And it's like, hey, we're coming back for a 12-episode final season. And then 8 of those episodes were worthless. It's kind of like that. But at least the Clone Wars had those final 4 episodes to finish the Clone Wars. That still irritates me with the Clone Wars. Like, they finally get the opportunity to finish the Clone Wars. And, like, put to animation a lot of the stuff they had planned and wanted to do. And they get 12 episodes to do it, and 8 of those episodes are about making backdoor pilots for other shows they want to make. And it's like, what the fuck? It's still crazy. And also just stupid. Don't get me wrong, those last 4 episodes are great. But did we need 4 episodes to set up the Bad Batch? And did we then need another 4 episodes to set up the story of 2 sisters that isn't going to get picked up because who cared? It's particularly frustrating in the case of the Clone Wars, because, like, even though it was cut short, Season 6 of Clone Wars is so interesting in a lot of the stuff that it does. And then 8 episodes of the final season might as well be episodes from Season 1. How interesting and engaging they are. Yeah. That said, though, like, those last 4 episodes, the Siege of Mandalore and Order 66, like, the main thing that still sticks out to me about the Siege of Mandalore is, like, just how well animated the battle between Ahsoka and Maul is. There's, like, watching that, and in my head, the comparison that I couldn't help but make between, like, Season 1, Season 2, even, like, Season 5 Clone Wars, like, lightsaber battles, where characters would move so fast between specific animations. And it was in a very animated kind of way. It was in a way that the Genndy Tartakovsky... Tartakovsky? It was in a way the 2003 Clone Wars series would have moved. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It looked fine, even in the early seasons, and it was fine. But then you see the battle between Ahsoka and Maul in the final season, and the animation is so smooth and fluid, and it is unbelievable. And it looks fantastic. Oh, that looks like something. Hello. Who was the least helpful? I mean, honestly, Kyle. No, let's be fair, Kyle was the least helpful. I had to make the decisions. The other 3 of you answered, Nal isn't a person, so it's Kyle. I'm glad we're all agreed that it was Kyle. Right, so the answer is actually nobody. It is a trick question. Hmm.
Check this out.
Alright, so if this goes right, then this will go down in a single turn.
By the power of Athena.
There's that for working together. Alright. We've been in one room, Kyle. Stealing it from a police station. What a thing to just walk into the stream and say. Reason why you always have to disappear and come back. Hiding from the cops. That's a stretch. Oh. Good stretch. Sculpt this clay into an image of what you consider to be a priceless treasure. Skies of Arcadia Legends for the Nintendo GameCube. No. Copy of Haunting Ground's a weird thing, because I own Haunting Ground and it did not cost me much at all. And it's just kind of sat there in my collection. And I've never really done anything with it. ...2001 full version of Duke Nukem Pro. No, it has to be a treasure that exists, Flame. And since it has to be important to you, it has to be something you already have. Something you can treasure, not something you would treasure. So you can't say a working version of No One Lives Forever. Ego Angelo. That's good. I like that. You did have a copy, but do you have a copy anymore? And would it run on your modern system is the important question. Because you don't have a disk drive, there you go. Even if you did, like, would it? How many hoops would you have to jump through to get it to work in any fashion? What is that, a golf club with a ball on the end? Ah. Crowbar. Fucking idiot. Alright. Not Kyle. Hit Kyle with the crowbar. Hmm. Definitely not now. I'll do it. Gonna be Lunar. Yeah, it's almost like Luna looks exactly like the goddess, and they treat that like it should be some kind of twist, but it's on the goddamn box. Old anime is weird like that. Hey Damon, we're here to steal your stuff. Thank you. Lame. We're reading the entire game. Come on, man. Yes. Do you know where the dragons are? All the books. Not you. Is the guardian of knowledge. Like, it makes sense. End of one adventure is the beginning of the next. History becomes legends and dreams become reality. The prophecies of Damon. Dragon Master Dine set in motion the series of events that would decide the fate of our world. But that fate will rest in the hands of Dine's successor, a young man with the power of love on his side. Evil which infected the Blue Star now rears its misshapen head in our serene world. This evil would delight in once again annihilating the children of Althena. God has tried to destroy this great evil, but cannot. As long as humans hold darkness in their hearts, it will always survive. The prophecies of Damon. Tiny angels with gossamer wings frolic around a shimmering spring. The prophecies of Damon. The power of the dragons will be lost, but hope shall be found shining within the Blue Star. The prophecies of Damon. The world will shudder and the sky will darken when magic meets metal. Many innocents will be slain. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that he just knows that. Alright, so let's read the other books. Alright, here we go. Althena's sword was given to the Dragon Master and forged by the magic of the goddess. It is the weapon through which the Dragon Master wields a power almost equal to Althena herself. The craft that brought Althena's children from the Blue Star to the New World was an immense fortress. Was it the Fortress of Doom? Vane protects the home of Althena, the goddess tower, while floating through the skies around it. What men know about women? All the pages are blank. The prophecies of Damon. The beast of towering steel crushes the land and leaves a trail of blood and terror in its wake. But the greatest terror of all yet remains to be witnessed, and the people of the world will know this. The prophecies of Damon. A person with a kind heart can make the worst of mistakes with the best of intentions. But the same kindness is necessary to correct those mistakes. The prophecies of Damon. The pure heart will be trapped in darkness, and a forgotten old figure will tinker with it. Why can't these prophecies ever just be straightforward? Did this floor have a library? Yes, it did. Protect and cherish the shining blue star is our most sacred duty. Okay. Althena's tower is the home of the goddess and the womb from which all life in our world comes forth. The only beings allowed within its walls are the Dragon Master, the four dragons, and Althena herself. People of the Blue Star, fueled by hatred, engaged in a brutal war. Their world perished as a result. Althena entrusted what was left of the Blue Star to a young girl and came here to create a new world. This world was created by magic, turned the desert into a green sea of life, and helps that life to thrive. This is Althena's power. All the magic power in this world is hers. Frontier was too distant for the goddess Althena's magic to reach, and so it was left as a place of utter desolation, devoid of her blessing or the soft light of the Blue Star. The Frontier serves to remind us of what our world was like before the goddess reshaped it. If Althena's magic was taken away from our world, it would succumb once more to the chilling darkness. The Dragon Master uses the power of the dragons to protect the hopes and dreams of Althena's children. First Dragon Master rode down to the silent desert of death on the back of a white dragon. Shining blue star, huh? It's a term that keeps coming up in these books. Ah, bitch. Yeah. Was there anything on the next floor? Oh. So there's that one room. Nope, nothing left on this floor. And this is the first floor again. Was there a library here? No, I guess that's everything then. Back to the Thieves Guild, I guess. Let's stop off at the shrine again, though, and get another full heal. It is kind of interesting, mechanically, that this game doesn't have inns. It just has regular goddess statues. Save here. I've been going for less than an hour and a half. That's crazy. Oh, we didn't go to it, look. Hello. What do you got? White bracelet. Ain't nothing really of value. Hello. I mean, you could probably clean your clothes in a jacuzzi. Imagine somebody just randomly walks into your house, sees a lever, pulls it, like without even saying anything, and it just destroys your house. Happens all the time. I don't know what any of this stuff is. Liam, what do boiled shoes taste like? Hot girl news, huh? Yeah, you know what? I can absolutely understand that, Mia. It got worse. Wow. Lemon jello. Can't say that I have. Alright, we're at Reza again. Let's get the white dragon wings back. How's everybody doing on this Wednesday evening? I have a thing. Ah. Fascinating. Ah. Yeah, Flame. If you want to play Earth Defense Force 4.1 sometime, let me know. Always down to just play more. Comrades. Ah, one on the bazaar. Still here. This whole idea that, like, becoming a member of the Thieves Guild means that people, like anybody in the Thieves Guild who stole anything from you at any given moment has to give it back. Like, retroactively, you become untargetable. Oh, this could be useful. Uh-huh. Cool. Galeon is the Magic Emperor. So I've been thinking about it recently, like, in the time between the reveal and, like, this stream, of, like, it's so obvious that the evil-looking guy who sounds evil and says evil things was evil. But it's actually kind of refreshing for it to be so blatant in a game like this. Get it. Cool, I'd appreciate some stuff. Magic defense down by 5, defense up by 4. I already have that. Alright. Oh, now I can open the locked chest. Interesting. Yeah, but I was told that it doesn't matter. You have to give me back whatever you stole. Which is a weird rule. I'd rather not. Finally. There's a funny implication behind that. And like, oh yeah, no, here you go, I'm sorry for stealing. Also, here's something extra, and it's like, okay, are you saying we need to wash more? Well, we'll head back to the spring and use it though. Oh, hey, that looks like a nice sword. Ice. Ice. Stone. Ice. Hope you have enough for all this garbage. Yeah. Let's see. Give that to Null. Give that to Null. Magic wigs. You mean like Clem users? I was really hoping she'd sell those for a reasonable price. Well, that's that. Royce. Wait a minute, Lily, isn't she supposed to be the singer here? Sacking sack of dung. Oof. Yeah, what if we asked nicely? Well, if only we could have done anything. Ah, shit. Yeah, does that mean Galleon's already on his way, though? Alright. Back to the Thieves' Bazaar. Seriously, like, if they could give us reasons in games like this why we don't try and stop somebody, like the fourth time they attempt to do something like this in front of us, that would be really nice. Airship. A balloon. Like, it sounds exciting when you say airship, but then it just says balloon and it's like, deflated, so to speak. Yeah, right. I could use the dragon staff now, couldn't I? Oh, look. I appreciate that I can use that indoors. I got kind of used to the Dragon Quest thing of when you try and use zoom indoors, it just slams you into the ceiling. I'd have remembered where this guy was. Yeah, look, to repay me, you could build me a balloon. Not calling it an airship. A fluffy bug. Never simple, is it? At least I got some new equipment from the Thieves Guild. Two types of bugs that look the same. What are the chances that this is going to get frustrating? Are you a fluffy bug? Nope, says you're a man-eater. Make you work hard, make you sweat hard, make you want all of her love. Wish we could have given Mia a bow. Oh, those things have range. Anyway, what was I doing? Have Mia attack the closer one. Kyle can attack that one. Yeah. Given how slow Mia is, it really would help if she could just use a bow. Kyle's in danger already. It's been one battle. Fluffy Bug and Fluffy Bugs. God damn it. If it moves before we can move and it just runs away, like, what do we do with that?
Summon elemental power.
Well, there's your ice, Isa.
Check this out.
I probably should be taking more advantage of this daylight savings time difference between here and the US. Because it means we're on like an hour less difference than usual. Until, I think, the 30th or the 31st. The last Sunday of March. Hmm. Under thrust. Okay. Right.
Check this out.
a plant-based, so I'd assume fire's going to be better for them anyway.
By the power of Althena.
Yeah, just attack them now. Anything going on in the world? Magic is streaming Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Part 37. Which, oof, there's a lot of parts. Alright, there's one left, everybody. Gang up on it. Excellent. Yep. Anyway. Alright, so who's still with us? Who's still with us so I can decide what is a topic people will be interested in talking about? Clem's still here. OBS updated and video driver updated, so the encoder is back to being normal. Interesting, because I didn't have any trouble with any of that. As I remember you were talking about it, and I checked my OBS and gave it a quick shot at the time. I didn't have any issues with it. And since then, I've still haven't had any issues with it. Weird. Yeah, those Sonic jump physics, rough. There it goes. Jump as a streamer right now and switch the video encoder. See, I'm always of the opinion, in my own personal usage, that stuff like that is usually not worth messing with. Like, once you've got it working and working to a state that you're happy with, like, do you want to mess with it? It was a big part of my hesitation of moving from Streamlabs OBS to OBS. I can't believe you're still doing that. Like, all the shit you were going through with Hoyoverse, and you're still doing it. I like the game. As long as you hear chat while I'm playing video games, that's what really matters. Are those encounters in the tower just not giving me much money? Ooh. Not cubic zirconia. Can't do that with your stream. Be exciting to see me go and have a snack and leave the game idle for 30 minutes. Oh, Nash can wear it. Right, there we go. Yeah, there's always the thing with doing a stream that, like, I feel like a lot of people don't fully appreciate on why it can be difficult to just stream in general, particularly when you're not in the mood, is a lot of it's performance, and it has to be a continued performance for an extended period. Like, some of it's you, some of it isn't. 3 hours a week, get your primos. I know it's pronounced primos, I'm calling it primos for comedy's sake. Did after 3 weeks to maximize primo gains, boom, wishes for character. Don't really know what that even means. Very third, okay. Killing time for 5 minutes till it hits 2 hours and you can play Rebirth. I mean, you're gonna play Rebirth while hanging out with your buddy Mecha. That's what you mean, right? Oh yeah, this is what the guy was talking about. That's right. This is my American voice. Get your priorities in order. I need to work on it. Sometimes you can still tell from the absence of the T's. Get your priorities in order. The T's still feel forced. British American voice is so funny. I'm not great with a generic American accent to begin with. Like, it has to be played up for me to actually be able to pull it off. Like, I can kind of do the southern drawl, but like doing that for Rufus Obama in particular, in recent sessions of the Final Fantasy VII stream, feels like it's been slipping a little, and that it's not been as good as it was when it started. But I'm not entirely sure. I don't think this is even the Rufus Obama voice. Fuck up, you fat bastard. I don't know. There you go. It's a little more extended and drawn out. There you go. That's the Rufus Obama voice. Right there. It's not far from a British accent. Just like certain things about it. I've heard things about that southern drawl, and how, from a voice actor, it's easy for British people to do it, because it's not far from a British accent. Just like certain things about it. Honestly though, now I feel like now that I've stopped doing the generic American accent, I couldn't go back and do it again. That's right. Trigger phrases. It's a generic American accent. It's drifting down to the south again. I have a harder time with the Jersey bit. Like, it's the Joyzy. Like, the Joyzy. I feel like everything's gotta have, like, I know voice actors when they're getting into a specific voice have like the key phrases that get them there, get them to the specific piece. And I feel like the same can be true with accents. And when I think like Jersey stuff, like try to do the Jersey accent, is like you start with Joyzy, but then I can't really take it past that, and that's the problem. It's like, oh yeah, no, you're from New Jersey, right? Joyzy, and it's like, jeez. Well, I can't. I don't think I'm good enough at doing, and in particular holding accents, to do them seriously in any way. Like, do them for fun and just to amuse myself, sure. Let's have to go with it, because it's funny. It's like, there was the time where I think Teak told me to do like a generic American accent, and I was like, oh, I'm Teak the Gamer. This is my generic American accent, which, doing that like right there sounded a little more Canadian. I'm Teak the Gamer. Why play video games? I don't even know anymore. Like, I don't know what's going on. But yeah, like the trigger phrases are the best place to start generally. Just in like all regards.
Check this out.
Like back when I used to do the Palpatine impression a little more, back when I was trying to get the Palpatine impression to work, like the trigger phrase would always be a line from The Force Unleashed, which is funny because that's not even Ian McDiarmid doing that. That was Sam Witwer.
By the power of Athena.
It's like the line was, "You'll be tortured, interrogated. You will reveal the names of your friends and allies. Then you will die." I was like, that wasn't good. G'day. G'day, mate. Right now, we're going to be heading down under. Searching for a Fluffy Puffy. I just immediately lost. I don't even know what the fuck that was. We're going for a Fluffy Puffy. Keep going, trying to figure out. There we go. It's drifting like stereotypical Irish. I don't know why. It's a big part of the reason why I don't do a lot of this kind of thing more often, because like he's drifting north now to Scotland, and I don't know why. I have trouble holding a particular inflection or accent. And it's like oh, there's 5 of them. That's a surprise. It's like I'd love to be a voice actor or something like that, because I think it's cool, I think it's fun, and it's entertaining, and the entire condition of it is very interesting to me.
Special delivery.
Well, I have trouble recalling my accents and my voices, and even when I do, like, remembering how to actually do them. Like, if we just focus on this one, that'll be a lot better. I mean, I suppose part of it is a lot about exposure. Just think, how would Scrooge McDuck say it? To be fair, like, I don't know about the original Scrooge McDuck. His name was Alan something, and I can't remember what his second name was. But, like, the modern Scrooge McDuck is David Tennant, who most of your international viewers will know as the 10th Doctor in Doctor Who. God damn, this is good. Like, he was the 10th Doctor in Doctor Who. But he, like, for most of the things you see David Tennant in, he's putting on an accent. David Tennant is actually Scottish. And so when you see him in things like the second episode of the second series of Doctor Who, where they go back to Scotland and he's doing the Scottish accent, that's his natural accent. And Scrooge McDuck is his natural accent. It's just a lot of the time he's putting on either an English accent or sometimes an American accent. And he does it so well and so seamlessly that you don't really even realise that that's not his normal voice. And it's one of those things, like, if you never watch behind the scenes stuff or promotional stuff like interviews or anything along those lines, you can very easily miss the original nationalities of a lot of actors. Like, Christian Bale isn't American. Christian Bale's Welsh. But most of the exposure he'll have had with most of us will be through his Hollywood career, through things like American Psycho or the Batman movies. And so you get used to that kind of voice, and even when he does something a little weirder where he could have probably used his original accent, like, say, his role as Goth or Godkiller in Thor 4, Love and Thunder, he's still doing his Americanish accent, and as a result, you so rarely hear his original accent that you don't realise that he's not American. Well, like, Tom Holland's another example. Like, Tom Holland's British. Tom Holland's English. Tom Holland's English. I'm not paying attention to the character's health, and it's gonna cost me very dearly. And so, like, you watch Tom Holland in things like the Marvel movies and maybe Uncharted if you were bored one day and decided, fuck it, let's watch some of this nonsense. Everything's fine, Teak, don't worry. And, like, you wouldn't realise that Tom Holland isn't actually American, because he does a fairly good American accent. And it probably also helps that America is such a wide country and has such a diverse range of accents. But then you hear, like, his actual accent and it's quite different. But, like, another example of somebody who's actually Scottish and you may not know, Karen Gillan, who you may know as Amy from the Matt Smith era of Doctor Who. Or if you don't watch Doctor Who, you may know her more as Nebula from the Marvel movies. She's actually Scottish, like David Tennant. But her accent is actually her accent in... Oh, I was after Fluffy Bug, not the Fluffy Bug. I'm getting confused. Her accent in the Marvel movies is really good, and you wouldn't know. You'd never know. You wouldn't know. I haven't watched Jumanji, so I can't say whether or not that's actually a good accent. I don't know, I feel like I'm tired of the whole Kevin Hart thing. It feels like we make the accusations that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson plays the same role in, like, every movie now. But, like, at one point, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson did play other roles There was the points where he was actually a bad guy. There were points where it wasn't written into his contract that he had to win every fight. And there was a little more diversity from Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. But Kevin Hart, it feels like Kevin Hart's always been doing the same thing. And I don't think he has the charm of Jeff Goldblum to be able to just do the same thing in every movie and still have it be appealing after so long. Because, like, Jeff Goldblum is a very charming man, but Kevin Hart isn't.
Special delivery.
Also, Kevin Hart has, like, one joke, and it's that he's short. And it's like, okay, we get it, you're a tiny man. Like, he's one of those things of, like, Jeff Goldblum does the one thing in a lot of his movies where he's charmingly befuddled and maybe a little bit exasperated, but mostly charming. And, like, it works. Like, in Jurassic Park, it works. In Independence Day, he's a standout somewhat of a fairly talented cast. Like, let's not forget Bill Pullman as the president in that movie. Like, good casting. Very good role for the man. Charmingly befuddled. I feel like I'm hurting my cheeks a little bit holding this voice for so long. Like, this isn't the natural state my face is. But I'm kind of just holding this whole thing, and it's starting to hurt a little. At some point, he's got to stop. But, like, I'm here to be the entertainment while I play video games for you people. And so far, I don't think it's been very entertaining. But if the accent's keeping you engaged, then that's something. I suppose it's one of those things of, like, if I had just, like, a ridiculous amount of money to waste, I'd probably see... God, don't get an actual Scottish guy. Don't get an actual Scottish person in here. That's awful. Especially one that doesn't know. Like, I have a Scottish friend who I've known for years, and for years I'd take the piss out of his accent because it's funny, but it's the kind of thing you can do between friends. Like, it's the fun between friends. But, like, if you pull somebody in here who doesn't really know me and they see me doing an awful caricature of a Scottish accent, that may not go down well. You can't do it, Captain. You can't break the laws of physics. This is always the line I go for. Christ's sake. Has Teak become tired of the mecha-chrono stream? Seems so. Oh, nice. That costs more than the area of effects spell.
Check this out.
Yeah, like, the you can't do it, Captain, you can't break the laws of physics line was always the line that I'd play with him with about. Just because it's funny to me. In, like, a really stupid way. Like, in the dumbest way. But, like, that's another thing. Like, James Doohan, I don't think, was actually Scottish. Let me fact check that real quick. No, James Doohan was Canadian. And some of you uncultured swine in the audience might be like, who's James Doohan? James Doohan was Scotty. Montgomery Scott in the original Star Trek series.
Check this out.
I tell you, that's one of those streams that I never watched Star Trek very much. Then you're the kind of person I'm talking to, you uncultured swine. Never watched one of the greatest TV shows before our time. Yes, you are. Don't come into my stream and lie to my face. Dare you? How dare you? Like, that's definitely, like, one of the things, like, we all have, like, I think we all have various things that we want to stream, though we're not entirely sure if it would work if we did, for various reasons, but, like, God, one thing I would love to stream are those 2 Star Trek point-and-click games on PC. The Star Trek 25th Anniversary and Star Trek Judgment Rights. I'd love to do those.
Check this out.
And, like, they had the entire original cast for both of them. Star Trek Judgment Rights was actually the last time the original cast all performed together. It's crazy. And, like, there's other stuff. Like, Star Trek Generations having Shatner with James Doohan and Walter Koenig appear in the opening, and stuff like Starfleet Academy, which has the live-action FMV opening with Shatner and Doohan and George Takei in it. But, like, it's more when it's the entire cast. Star Trek, despite what Shatner would love to think and what other people may tell you, the original Star Trek was everybody. Not just a singular member of the cast. And while it is neat to see, like, individual members of the cast doing more Star Trek stuff every now and then, like when Nimoy was in the Star Trek reboot, that was kind of cool. It means more when they're all together. In the same way that, like, Star Trek Picard was kind of interesting because, like, Patrick Stewart came back to being Jean-Luc Picard, and they had guest appearances throughout of, like, various TNG cast members. But in Season 3, when they all got together and they were all together, it meant so much more. Because at the end of the day, it is about the cast. Star Trek is an ensemble series. And that's what really matters. And you can't do it, Captain. You can't break the laws of physics. And just like that, we're right back into the Scottish accent. I don't know why this is like the only accent I can hold for an extended period. The sci-fi is cool. The characters are the part of it, though. Like, I think it's the same with like anything like this. Like, if you're into Buffy the Vampire Slayer, there was the thing last year of like, oh, we're bringing back a bunch of the old cast members to do an audio drama. And it's like, cool, who have you got? It was like, Amber Benson's there, Charisma Carpenter, James Masters, Anthony Head. Who was the one? Emma Caulfield, that's it, played Anya. And it's like, cool, but Buffy was all the characters. Like, that was always the point. And just having a few of the side characters is less interesting or important. Like, don't get me wrong, yeah, James Masters back as Spike, awesome. Anthony Head back as Giles, awesome.
Check this out.
But it would absolutely mean more if it was everybody. Even Nicholas Brendan.
Summon elemental power.
It's like let's be fair, it's the entire premise these revival ideas live on. Like, oh, the X-Files revival, cool. Mulder and Scully back again. Those are the two that mattered. Sure, you've got the lone gunmen and the cigarette-smoking man and Skinner and everyone else, but Mulder and Scully are the ones that mattered. They're the ones that you really needed because it wasn't so much of an ensemble. But having them there adds much more to it. That's the point. The more of the classic cast you can get back in those, the better. You don't have the lone gunman anymore. But the more of them you can get back, the better. And that's always the case in any of this. Where the f am I even going? And it's like, Fuller House, I think, got everybody back except Mary Kay and Ashley. The Roseanne revival got everybody back, I think. And we had a season with Roseanne as well. And then Roseanne revealed that she was still kind of insane. And they got rid of her and it was just Connors. But you still had that season with Roseanne. It was a revival that you wanted. And like, it's the kind of thing of like, oh yeah, bringing back Jean-Luc Picard, great. But it means more when it's everybody. Because Star Trek The Next Generation wasn't just Picard. And like, if they did a Buffy revival, like a single limited season Buffy revival, and they brought back Sarah Michelle Gellar and Alison Hannigan and Anthony Head and Nicholas Brennan and James Masters and who else was alive at the end of Buffy? I don't care, bring everybody back. They can be ghosts. And like, you made the comics non-canon, and it's just like, oh, here's the Scooby Gang 20 years later. And maybe they're happy. Maybe they have a couple of new struggles and then they get to be happy. And it's like, great, that'd be really nice. But it means more to bring back everybody. There was another example I was thinking of, I can't, and I've lost what it was now. I guess, like, the concept of all of it ties into the idea of we're getting reboots of a lot of old franchises that we grew up with or knew growing up and loved and such. Obi-Wan, it was Obi-Wan I was thinking of. And like, oh yeah, Ewan McGregor back as Obi-Wan, cool. But also Jimmy Smits back as Bail Organa and Hayden Christensen back as Darth Vader. Great. Like, that makes it matter more. And the guy, the two who played Owen and Beru in episodes 2 and 3, bringing those back as well. Great. Small touches that matter. And, like, you've got the whole thing of, like, reboots are super common these days, and it's kind of frustrating. And, like, if you want to... I feel like the better idea with a lot of that is if you want to do more of something, like, have it continue rather than just restart whatever. It's a simple way to just make people invested in something again. There's like, that 90s show did it, which wasn't a bad idea. It's like, oh yeah, we don't have all the characters, but here's all the characters back for a quick look, and then we hand off to the new, younger cast. Like, alright, that's probably the better way to do it. Franchises are afraid to move forward, and when they do, they're afraid to let go of the past, is the thing. Like, Ghostbusters after... Is it Afterlife? And it's like, oh yeah, no, it takes place years later. Like, Ghostbusters shut down, Egon went off and did his own thing and had a family, which is weird because... Like, at what point did you imagine Egon ever fucking? And then the Ghostbusters show up at the end and everything's great. And now Ghostbusters Frozen Empire and the old Ghostbusters are still there. And it's like, are we handing this off to a new generation, or are we just watching the old guys keep going?
Check this out.
But then there's also the problem of trying to hand off to a new generation and botching it completely. Like Star Wars did.
Summon elemental power.
Where they were in such a hurry to hand off to a new, younger generation that they didn't bother to respect the old generation, to have a proper handing off, or even make the younger generation do anything. Alright. And it's like, you've got the Charmed series. As, oh yeah, Charmed reboot. You know what would probably been generally a better idea with that? Charmed continuation. There are new Charmed ones. Have the original Charmed ones hand the torch over to the new Charmed ones. Maybe have them in a supporting role, a continuing supporting role. Like, they've grown up, they have... Well, they weren't young to begin with. And by young, I mean they weren't teenagers. Like, Buffy started and they were all teenagers, they were young to begin with. But, like, Charm started with them all as adults. like, why aren't they still doing it? Like, give whatever reason, like, the new Charmed ones are the new Charmed ones for some reason, maybe only last so long. Maybe it's something that can be passed down, or whatever. And then the old Charmed ones are still there to lend aid in terms of knowledge or magic or whatever, but their focus is on their own lives, their families and whatever. For the love of God, don't bring the old cast back and have their characters be deadbeat failures and everything they accomplished in the entire time we saw them turned out to not matter. You know, like Star Wars. There's an interesting idea, though, of, like, franchises are afraid to move forward. And, like, you say that, and I think of The Matrix. I finally sat down and watched The Matrix Resurrections. Last month, maybe? Month before. Like, I finally sat down and watched it. And, like, what do you even say about it? Because, like, we know the circumstance in which it was made. Warner Brothers was gonna make a new Matrix movie. They didn't care who was directing it or writing it. They were gonna do it. And so I think it was, I forget which of the Wachowskis it was, Lily or Lana.
By the power of Athena.
I think it was Lily Wachowski came back and wrote and directed it. Just so Warner Brothers wouldn't do it on their own. And so you end up with a movie that is half social commentary on the nature of just rebooting things and redoing the same thing over and over. But, like, pre-packaged for a new audience and yada yada. And half actually kind of trying to be a new Matrix movie. But without anything to say. Like, for all their flaws, the Matrix trilogy had ideas, it had a philosophy behind it, a consideration. There was something they wanted to do and say with it, and an end path to be. Huh. And ultimately, it makes the Matrix trilogy an interesting movie, especially as I've grown older and really grown to appreciate Revolutions. Like, the original Matrix is always going to stand out as a cultural phenomenon and, like, a big turning point in a lot of things. The sequels couldn't ever really live up to. But, like, they were still trying to say something. It was still a thought, an idea there. And then Resurrection is like, yeah, let's bring back Neo and Trinity. Let's have Morpheus there, but not have him played by Lawrence Fishburne. Let's have the young, new, hip crew of a new ship that don't do anything or matter or really get any kind of characterization. And, like, it's difficult to explain because it was a movie that was made for the sake of making the movie. And we know it was always going to be. And there are ways you could have made it work, there are ways you could have made it interesting. But nobody involved in the production really seemed to want that. Warner Brothers wanted a new Matrix movie. Whichever Wachowski sister came back to write and direct, I'm sure it was. Yeah, I'm just gonna look it up. I'm sure it was Lily Wachowski. No, it was Lana Wachowski. I've been wrong this entire time. Lana Wachowski was the one that came back. Like, Lana Wachowski was doing it so that Warner Brothers wouldn't do it without the involvement of either of the Wachowskis. But also wanted, like, did it under protest to a degree. Like, it feels like nobody was interested in making a good movie. Some of them were more interested in making money, some of them were interested in making a middle finger. And so you end up with a movie that doesn't have anything to say, really. Wants to live in the old memories that you're comfortable and familiar with. Without really going anywhere or doing anything. There's a significant amount of the movie that is just clips, archive footage of the original trilogy. Like, of the original Matrix trilogy. And by significant, I mean, there's probably like a full 5 minutes in total. There's probably like a full 5 minutes or so in total of that movie. That is just archive footage of the original trilogy. Which is a crazy amount when you really think about it. Where am I going with this? It's a movie not really made for anybody. It's not made to move on. It's not made to continue anything. It's made to revel in nostalgia and then tell you how wrong you are for reveling in nostalgia, I guess. I don't know, like, talk about franchises being afraid to move on. And the entire concept, the entire conceit of these franchises still existing and getting new installments, whether they be continuations or reboots, is itself an admission that we don't want to move on. Which is problematic. Not gonna ever really disagree with that.
Special delivery.
Going somewhere, I've lost this train of thought now. Like, there's a difference between keeping old things alive and making more of the old thing. There's like... This is a stream where we're all about going back to older stuff. For nostalgia's sake, for like seeing the stuff we missed, whatever. For the desire of a different time in gaming, in particular, to a degree. No, we play plenty of newer stuff as well, it's not really the point. And we're not locked in the old... in a desire to, like, never really go anywhere. And so we talk about stuff like the desire for Skies of Arcadia to get a re-release, for this to get a re-release. And it's not so much being stuck in the past in that mindset as being able to appreciate the past. Like, when Star Wars gets released on Blu-ray, and you buy that Blu-ray, like, is it being stuck in the past? Oh, finally, I thought I was going to have to go and try and talk to somebody about dealing with this. But yeah, there's a difference between, like, the original trilogy getting re-released and Disney buying Star Wars and being like, we're going to make a dozen new Star Wars things for all of you. The problem itself is probably franchises and franchising. And the refusal to move forward or do anything different or new. Adaptations, remakes, reboots, retellings. It's prevalent in like almost every form of media. It's not necessarily a bad thing, because you got stuff like the original Star Trek series, and then it stopped, it was cancelled, and then like 10 plus years later, because of a revived interest in science fiction, because of the runaway success of Star Wars, Paramount or CBS or whoever owned it at the time was like, okay, let's make more Star Trek, let's cash in on this interest, this renewed interest in sci-fi. And like, it worked out. We ended up with like Star Trek Wrath of Khan, The Next Generation, which wasn't a reboot, it was a continuation. Though in the early days they weren't really sure what it was. They had a weird mandate early on of like not really referencing the original series, which was weird considering the original the very first episode, the pilot episode, has DeForest Kelley as Dr. McCoy in it, and then like the rest of season 1 is like the original series. What's that? Besides the point. I feel like I'm talking in circles. Franchises are afraid to move forward. What? Went back into the mirror universe and some DS9, yeah. The franchise is afraid to move forward, and it is true. And sometimes, like, new stuff or stuff based in the old stuff is good and justifies its existence by being there like that, like having not moved forward. Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it's just a cash cow. Sometimes we need to let go of these old things and just move on. And it's difficult in a lot of ways. It's difficult on a case-by-case basis. Everything like this has to be taken on a case-by-case basis. I regularly say whenever the topic is brought up, like, I think Silent Hill should die. I think we should stop trying to do more Silent Hill. Like, it should stop, and we should leave it, and we should maybe do something else. And going back through the Silent Hill series on the stream and watching other people do Silent Hill, like, I don't think it would necessarily be an opinion I would have if it wasn't for the fact that Silent Hill as a series became kind of focused on recapturing Silent Hill 2. Like, Silent Hill Origins, Homecoming, and Downpour all try and follow the Silent Hill 2 formula, which was a great game, yeah, but they should be their own thing. And it's what makes the Silent Hill series as engaging as it is for the first 4 games, because they're all a different idea. Silent Hill 1 is a guy loses his daughter in a strange, foggy town and explores it, and there are monsters there, and it's weird, and it's scary, and it may or may not be real. He may be going crazy, who knows? Silent Hill 2, a man travels to a town after receiving a letter from his dead wife. Maybe she's there, who knows? He's in such a depressive, empty state that the impossibility of the situation doesn't matter to him. It's an interesting idea. Silent Hill 3 is the continuation of the Silent Hill 1 idea after the cult has been brought back, and explores the original idea through a different set of eyes, through the eyes of a teenage girl rather than an adult man. And it becomes interesting again because of that. Silent Hill 4 is a completely different thing. Does its own thing, is its own interesting idea about a guy who's locked in his building and there's gateways to other areas in his bathroom, which is strange. And it's an interesting idea and it's weird. And all 4 of these are distinctive ideas. And the idea that once the series was under the control of Western developers, with the exception of Silent Hill Shattered Memories, which was a reimagining of Silent Hill 1, but does its own thing with it and is kind of interesting as a result. With the exception of that, all of the Western developed Silent Hill games go on to focus on the idea of Silent Hill 2, of you have done something and that is why you are haunted. And it's a really bland idea to keep hitting on. And because Silent Hill became that idea again and again, regardless of who the character was, or like where we were going, that's why it became uninteresting. And Konami's attempt to revive Silent Hill as an IP is unappealing as a result, because it's gone, not from an artistic standpoint, but from a money standpoint. And when their immediate reveal of that was like, we're reviving the Silent Hill IP with a remake of Silent Hill 2, it's like, no, this should have died years ago. Don't do more of this. And so it's like, okay, let Silent Hill go. But on the other side, again, going back to that case-by-case basis, Final Fantasy VII, Star Wars. As little interest as I have in like the newer Star Wars stuff, I did have interest when it came back, and I was excited to see more of it. And like that excitement is gone now. But like I've heard the good stuff they've done with Andor. I've heard that's really good. And like there are concepts or ideas here and there, and Star Wars is a universe where you could do anything really. And because it's such a broad universe, it kind of gets a pass from me on that. Final Fantasy VII, like there's nostalgia there, and they're coming back to it, and they're doing kind of new ideas with it. There's a point now where I'm like, yeah, okay. Don't necessarily need to let that go. But like going back to the point of franchises are afraid to move forward, a lot of it is that we're afraid to move forward. Like how many franchises still exist because we'll still put time and effort into them because they comfort us in some way. Pressed the wrong button there. They comfort us in some way, or they appeal to us through nostalgia or such. And we'll put up with disappointment after disappointment from them until eventually we'll just say no, no more. Or it'll be just good enough that we'll put up with it for more and more and more. Like, I'll admit, personally, on a fundamental level, and on a very personal level, that I am afraid of change. Change worries me, change frightens me. I'm not comfortable with it. But change is inevitable, life is change. And we're just desperately trying not to get caught up in change and like stick with what is comfortable with us. Comfortable but new, different but familiar. And that's what franchises are. And there are so many people, so many of us who have that entire mindset of like, change is bad, change can't be a good thing. Which is why stuff like this keeps happening, why these franchises keep circling and stirring, and why DC won't just kill off the Joker. I saw a clip of X-Men 97 with the X-Men fighting a group of Sentinels. It was a short clip. And it looked good. And the thing that caught me immediately was just the animation. And like, wow, the original, the classic series did not look that good. And that's nice. I think the end result of a lot of this, though, is like it's moderation is the thing to take away from all of it. Don't get caught up so much in it that you stop. Like, life is changed, life is always moving forward. And you can have your nostalgia, you can get caught up in your franchises. But that can't be everything of you. We can't stop. Ever. It's a fundamental impossibility. And all we can really hope for is, from franchises in particular, that they either stop before they go bad, or they stop just after or like they keep going and they're still good. I don't know. I don't know. I can't do it, Captain. I can't break the laws of physics. Oh, good. Jessica, we know you are like the feisty thing within the next 5-mile radius. Ugh.
Check this out.
Level up. Yeah, I think, like, particularly with franchises, everybody's so afraid to just let things stop and end. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, Silent Hill should just stop. We shouldn't have any more. And how many other people are just like, we want more Silent Hill? Never end it. But at the same time, with stuff like Zelda, I'm like, I wish we could go back to the old 3D style that began with Ocarina of Time and get away from the new style. Because I don't like it. The hell's a Pua Pua? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know where I was going with any of this. Enjoy what you enjoy. Don't get too caught up in, like, any particular thing. What a weirdly uneventful night. And the frontier, oof. Baldy, you said it'd be inflated. What? What happened? Is Nash afraid of heights? It's such a strange thing for a guy who lives on a floating island to be afraid of heights. I hope the red dragon's actually here. If Althenia's Guardians are only slightly less powerful, the fact that Galleon could completely overpower Quark is concerning. You know, I've only just realised that the party members don't appear in dungeons. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't realise that earlier. It's a good thing we got the ice equipment. So, Teak, have you figured out anything for the Chris, Jill, Leon, and Claire slots yet? Yeah, did you figure anything out for your Chris, Jill, Leon, and Claire slots? Making supper. It's a bit early for that. The Leon and Claire ones, like, you could do the quotes they have when they're about to fire the rocket launcher at Tyrant. 6 PM. Yeah, isn't it a bit early? I don't know. And, like, you could have them fire the rocket launcher. But, like, you could overplay the quotes. Like, you can get them in a room where they can aim at the camera. Interchangeable with dinner in the Midwest. What a strange and barbaric land. Like, you can get them in a room where you can aim at the camera and have the quotes they say play, and then have them shoot at the camera. Like, if you can figure out how to turn off the background layers on one of the PlayStation emulators, which I'm sure is a thing somewhere. Sure, I did it once in a PlayStation emulator. Like, would have been a long time ago. Maybe EPSXE. That long ago. Yeah, I'm just not sure what emulator would do it. I say maybe EPSXE, but I haven't used EPSXE in like over 10 years. What have I been using? Because DuckStation I only started using in the last few years, like last 2 years or so. Then before that, like, I've been using PCSX Rearmed. But that would have been because of having to use external emulation devices. Like when I was using the PlayStation Mini, that I had more games installed onto, and like it uses PCSX Rearmed. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you could do it on DuckStation. Because DuckStation has a lot of the same option effects as A through SX2. I imagine you could probably work through it. What I use now, though, really depends on like what device I'm using. Like this is running on Swan Station through RetroArch, which, in all honesty, is entirely so that the achievements, the retro achievements, will appear at the bottom instead of the bottom left. Because on the bottom left, it's going to be outside the frame. It's going to be partly in the frame. And DuckStation, oh, calms down. DuckStation doesn't give you an option to move it.
Come on, get back on your feet.
Plus, in RetroArch, when you get a retro achievement, it also gives you the picture for it, which is really nice. In a nice big thing. Duck Station does too, but that's also on the left, and it's a smaller picture. Can you not do it on Genesis GX? Genesis Plus GX? Genesis GX Plus? There's the two go-tos I have for Mega Drive, Genesis GX Plus and Pico Station. Pico Drive. Drive. But there's always Fusion as a standalone emulator. Oh, I meant to get more nuts at the shop. Fusion doesn't do it.
Summon elemental power.
Couldn't get some rebind controls out crashing. I don't think I've ever heard of Gens Plus.
Summon elemental power.
It's hard, huh? So what game did you end up using it for? You know, actually, specifically from the Mega Drive, if you're after that kind of thing, you could grab some good sprites from some of the Disney games. Like the Aladdin game and the Lion King game both use sprites based on like actual animation cells from the movie, and they look great because of that. Like, you can get some really nice sprites that way.
Summon elemental power.
Else is there anything good? Mega Man. Like 3 Mega Mans, and like you have Mega Man just run across the screen with like a random Mega Man track. In the same way that Sonic does, but like in the Mega Man run. That could be good. You could have Mega Man, you could have X. Except X wouldn't be running, X would be dashing. You just have like an extended dash across the screen. I get 2 credits just like Jack Nicholson.
Summon elemental power.
I don't even remember what the hell I'm talking about with that. Did I play 2 characters in Final Fantasy VI? Oh, no, I get it. It'll be because I was sellers, and then, like, they credit the player as well at the end. Alright. I want to play Final Fantasy V. Like, not even on stream, I just want to play Final Fantasy V. I also have been kind of in the mood to play Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. Really want to make an attempt to get through that entire game without just waiting again. But I'll probably do Paper Mario before I do that. Which is okay. Really should have brought more of these nuts. I just hope this cave isn't super long.
Summon elemental power.
I feel like the heal ring's being wasted on Mia. Maybe I should just give it to Kyle. Kyle keeps getting hit. Still haven't started Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know when I'll actually get around to starting that. I feel like, especially with games like that you know are going to be super long, the hardest part of it is actually starting it. Because it's like, I want to put aside enough time to start it and get enough into the game that I'm engaged and want to keep going. You know, just depending on like how late we finish this, maybe I'll start it tonight.
Summon elemental power.
Bum 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 bum. Ugh.
Summon elemental power.
I think the thing, like, we talk about Twitch and Baldur's Gate 3, and I think the thing to consider between the two of us, Teak, is at what point does one of us decide to try and broach the idea of a co-op playthrough on Twitch? Like, if that game's like 100+ hours, though.
Come on, get back on your feet.
I don't like these scorpion dudes. I need to decide whether or not it'll actually keep me engaged. It's an isometric game and I have trouble keeping focus on those. There it is, the last line of nuts. It's like I got through Dragon Age just by throwing it on the easiest difficulty. Well, I end up doing that with Baldur's Gate just so I can focus on the role-playing aspect. Because the combat may not actually engage me.
Check this out.
Summon elemental power.
Which way did I come in through?
Check this out.
Yeah, I need to decide like whether or not I'm actually engaged by it. I hope I am. I paid almost full price for it.
Summon elemental power.
Yeah, that's nasty and hits the entire party.
Check this out.
Althena, lend me your power!
I'm kind of hoping, though, it'll end up being my next Cyberpunk. By which I mean the next game I play that I'll just sink time into. I'm not entirely sure. I have a character I built for a campaign that I was supposed to be doing with a friend that we just haven't gotten around to. It was supposed to be my first actual D&D campaign because I've not done D&D before. I was supposed to play with a friend who's done it before. A group of friends who've done it before. So I built a character for it, and like the game was supposed to start by like September last year. And life being what it is, like time flies by and everybody's busy and it's just not started yet. So I have a character here, Wood Elf Ranger. That like maybe I'll just repurpose for that. Equipment. Ranger features, natural explorer, racial traits. You have a flute. Yeah, just there on the D&D Beyond thing. Character I spent like an hour putting together. Maybe I'll just put it on there. I don't know. Listen, I've never played D&D. Not for a lack of wanting to. Well, I've never been able to play it.
Check this out.
Althena,
Like the idea that it has a big focus on the role playing, actually doing D&D systems with that is pretty interesting to me.
summon elemental power.
We'll see what we do with that. Probably stick with Ranger as an idea. I don't know. Like we'll see what there is.
Check this out.
Althena, lend me your power!
Like I say, I just hope I'm engaged in it. Which is never something that I can promise. And it's frustrating. And I hope it does end up being like my next Cyberpunk, because I jumped into Cyberpunk and spent like 90 plus hours on it in under 2 months. Which is such a rarity for me. It was nice to just have a game I was playing. Oh, this is up. Alright. Alright. Like, being between games that are actually capturing my interest and attention is frustrating, because it can be really hard to start up a new game. For all the games I've got in my library, starting up a new game and sticking with it is stupidly difficult for me. I was very disappointed with Cyberpunk. I've already put 300 plus hours into Cyberpunk. I was really engaged with Cyberpunk very early on, but I didn't play it until like 2.1 patch was out. And I do wonder, like, would I have been engaged with it from the beginning? Because a lot of the stuff I really enjoyed about it was like the world, the characters, the dialogue. And like that was all there from the beginning. And I brought it up, I was talking with somebody about it, I don't remember who it was. Like, I brought up part of the, really just combat overhaul. I brought up, like, part of my thought of why Cyberpunk was as interesting as it was for me. And it's that, like, how many other games like Cyberpunk are there? I know you're disappointed in it, Zeke, because it's not as faithful to the tabletop game as you would have liked. I get that. Ooh. But I think a big part of what grabbed me about it is how many Cyberpunk games do we have like that that are from that perspective in particular? Like, when was the last time you got a first-person Cyberpunk RPG? Deus Ex Mankind Divided, maybe? And so Cyberpunk gets to exist in a position where there's not a lot of competition in its field. Oh, Jessica can attack twice now.
Summon elemental power.
Nice. But yeah, it's like a cyberpunk world as a concept, if realized well enough, is so uncommon in video games and so interesting. I think I just ran through fire. And it's like Shadowrun Returns was really interesting with it, but Shadowrun Returns is a top-down isometric tabletop game that's super engaging, but because of that disconnect in the viewpoints, first person as a viewpoint can be a game changer just in terms of how you experience the world. Like, to an extent that I don't think a lot of people really appreciate. And so in particular, having a cyberpunk world that is built to be a world. Like, they've gone to effort to make it feel like a place where people exist and live, which is really neat. In a first-person perspective. There's not really any competition for that. Well, I'm gonna take it easy on these guys. Like that would be a mistake.
Check this out.
Summon elemental power.
Nice. Single turn win. Yeah, I think it was engaging that way. Yeah, I get me because the chest's in the way.
Check this out.
I mean, I've always had an interest in uncommon settings in video games. It's why growing up I was always super interested in games that had contemporary settings. Because growing up it was just so uncommon.
Check this out.
A lot more common now.
Althena, lend me
Like, as a kid, it was basically almost always fantasy. Of some sort. Now we're at the point where contemporary's done a lot, fantasy is still done a lot. sci-fi is also kind of done a lot. But cyberpunk as a subset of fantasy isn't. And, like, I'd love to see a Shadowrun game done in a similar style as Cyberpunk 2077. Because magic and cyberpunk together is a really cool idea that isn't done a lot. Yeah, I think that kind of thing is a lot of the reason why Phantasy Star stood out at the time and now. And Star Ocean. Though Star Ocean's a little weird. Star Ocean skews close enough to fantasy. Like, I know it's sci-fi, but so many of the worlds and the conventions in Star Ocean feel like they may as well be fantasy anyway.
Summon elemental power.
Probably why it was such a big deal when Final Fantasy started having more sci-fi settings with 7. Fantasy trying to be Star Trek, Star Trek trying to be fantasy. Well,
Check this out.
Summon elemental power.
Check this out.
yeah, right. You know what's actually weird when you go back to a lot of these older JRPGs and like actually think about it, is how many of these fantasy RPGs end up having sci-fi tropes and elements. Like spaceships or going to space or whatever. Time travel's a weird one. Like, would you count time travel as like sci-fi if like it's a fantasy world traveling back to the past through magic?
Check this out.
And they're still just all going for Alex.
Check this out.
And dropping decent goodies now. And decent amounts of cash. Alright. Hit everybody. Hit everybody. Hit everybody.
Check this out.
Summon elemental power.
Nice. What I think we'll do is, I think we'll call it after we finish this dungeon. That'll have been a decent amount of time today. I think it's gone live playing Blue Stinger. Blue Stinger was the first Dreamcast game I ever played. Didn't get to enjoy it too much. Just, I remember I had an issue with my eye at the time. We were at my aunt's house and my eye was really irritated or something. And so I kept rubbing it and it got really bad. And at that point my mother was like, there's TVs to games that are doing it. And I was like, it's probably not. Only because it's like one eye. And it was like the physical outside of the eye. So I didn't get to really experience too much of it. I just remember that I played Blue Stinger. Yeah, everybody take out the scorpion. Nice. You know, a map would be really nice for some of these dungeons. I say that, but like, you think about it, in so many games like this just didn't offer maps. Or even mini-maps. And it was a standard thing. Like, Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 don't have maps for their areas. Call it one of the quality of life upgrades of the Pixel remasters that they have maps.
Check this out.
Summon elemental power.
Yeah, no, I think the thing to do is like take into account your environmental design and decide whether or not the game really could be improved with a map. Ultimately here, I suppose it's not too bad. Parasite Eve could have done with a map, but that's because of how confusing the layouts of the areas were. Moving from between screens regularly. Like, this is just like one big area per map with different floors. And the floors of the screen transitions and such. Oh. Yeah, Parasite Eve could have absolutely done with a map. Resident Evil got a map.
Check this out.
I forgot I got a nice weapon for Mia. Yeah, I don't know. I think the reason Final Fantasy 7 and 8 and 9 get away with not needing map as much as Parasite Eve needed a map is because a lot of the dungeons aren't maze-like. Or like any of the dungeons, really. Like, there's so few confusing layouts in the Final Fantasy PlayStation games. Most of them are pretty, like, straightforward in their layouts. Even, something like the Tomb of the Unknown King in 8. Like, it's a maze, and they give you a map to show you the maze, but the map doesn't show where you are and exists largely just to show you the rules of the maze. Well, probably gonna have to walk through that as well. There's a monster in there. Yep.
Check this out.
Nice. Very nice. Try again, shall we? Seriously, multiple battles just in the flames.
Check this out.
Summon elemental power.
Oh, that looks like it's probably a boss. These starlights really do not restore enough MP. Alright, here we go. Right. So it's really a good thing I saved before I moved. Like, did all of that before I moved. Alright. Bronze dog. Alright, boss battle, so just do the big stuff. set the big stuff up.
Althena, lend me your power!
Not a lot of damage. That one's on fire.
Check this out.
Mhm. And let's see how this is going to go.
Check this out.
This is the first proper boss we've fought with a full party.
Special delivery.
Althena, lend me your power!
Feel like we're doing good. Okay, so with Ice Shell, that's the only attack I need to worry about, it seems. Isle's the last one.
Althena, lend me your power!
Imagine how bad that would be without Ice Shell.
Check this out.
There we go. One down. And now, since we're all set up, all we have to do is focus attacks on this one. It shouldn't be an issue.
Summon elemental power. Summon elemental power.
Yeah, Ice Shield is really good. Is that what it was called? Ice Shell. Ice Shell is really good. This is a good team. Good party we've got. Teaching bitches to heal. Separate ways, you say? Cool. She was just a distraction. We need to go and see the Red Dragon. Yeah, probably. We should move. $10,000. Then who was talking to us? Oh, they've already took you. You know what? This is good. We don't get here in time to save them and then they get kidnapped. The dragons were already ready to impart the trials on us even if they were taken. Good. I like that. Okay. Cool. Do I equip it? I do equip it. Nice. Question now is, now what? Oh, I went the wrong way. Two more dragons left. The white dragon was in a cave of ice. Or a cave of diamond, rather, I suppose. The red dragon was in a cave of fire. We don't even know what the other two dragons are. Oh, seem to have landed outside Reza. I landed in Reza. You guys aren't supposed to be allowed to steal from me. Yeah, it wasn't pleasant on the eyes, was it? Mikey, you've been here for a while. Why are you still here? I know, somebody stole it. Well, that's a destination. The blue dragons are presumably somewhere in the water. I don't know why anybody would have thought she'd be in the Red Dragon Cave. Alright, let's do a little shopping, then we'll head out. Hello. You got anything? Oh, they found a loophole. If you want to buy it, you'll have to fix it first. Jeez. Alright, that should be enough for now. Alright, back to Marriott, I guess. I was thinking, like, should I transport somewhere else and use the Althena statue there, but I remembered the statue's just at the entrance. Oh, it is Weapon Town. Blue Dragon Shrine is in some lake north of here. Hmm. Really good weapon. Hmm. Moist magic. And nothing new for Kyle again. Oh, that's not true. The Greatsword is better for him. Alright. There we go. Excellent. I'll get equipped with new weapons. I always appreciate my attack going up. Well, that's probably it. wonder where this leads. That sounds like somewhere I don't want to go right now. Like it'd be a mistake. Actually, while I remember... Is this what I want? No. Illo could probably be the closest location there if I can't teleport directly there. There it is. Hello. I've brought soap. This is a male-only spring. Is that literally the only goal here? Yeah, so the soap was used up by that. Yes. And this will be the new destination. Well, I think that's going to do it for us for today. I feel like we've made decent progress. Town of Lytton. Fun fact, Lytton, but spelled with two T's, was the name of the town in the first police quest. A game that nobody here will have played. Because it came out in the 80s, and the remake came out in the early 90s. And generally, Sierra games are not super friendly to play anyway. Yeah, that's going to do it for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Clem, Teak, Icy, Squall, Manda. Flame did pop in. No Flame was it. Teak is currently live right now, playing Blue Stinger, if anybody wants to go and check him out. Teak's cool people, and he does more with his stream setup than I do. And his stream layouts are always visually appealing. We'll be back on Sunday now with more Final Fantasy VII New Threat 2.0, where Clem will be joining me on camera and mic as we head into Midgar for the raid on Midgar, and potentially see about wrapping it up. We'll see. Because I'm working late now, tomorrow, Friday and Saturday, so Sunday will be the earliest we're back. Yeah, I hope everybody looks forward to that. In the meantime, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.